Welcome to Rusty Rail's Railfanning Special. On today's Railfanning Special, we take a look back at Tweetsie Railroad's Railroad Heritage Weekend. Tweetsie Railroad's Railroad Heritage Weekend is a two-day event, which took place over 2 days, Saturday, August 23rd, and August 24th, 2025. We went both days, and we captured a lot of interesting shots of the train. Locomotive number 190 was dressed up in her 1980s appearance, with brass bands around the smokestack and her original number plate from the White Pass and Yukon Railroad. So, sit back, relax, and enjoy Tweetsie Railroad Heritage Weekend. We start off with Day 1 of August 23rd, 2025. 190 pulls into town with the grand entrance of the first day of Railroad Heritage Weekend. If you've liked what you've seen so far, please give the video a like, leave a comment down below, subscribe to the channel, and ring the notification bell to be notified about future uploads. Also, join our Discord. Link is down in the description down below, and channel memberships are now active. You can join by the join button or the link in the description down below. Some of the perks of becoming a member are early access to new videos, member shoutouts, priority reply to comments, and photo and status updates. And we hope to see you along with the Rusty Rails crew really soon.
Aboard the Tweetsie Railroad, Casey Jones, Rock's Ride. The train is clear, Casey.
After the train pulled out, we headed over to the train shop for the train shop tour and a locomotive number 12 update.
This is welcome to the Tweetsie Train Shop. Uh, in here we do all the repairs to all the equipment operates here at Tweetsie, including trains, rides, vehicles, and everything. We have a lot of machines in here that allow us to do this craft. I'll point them out from the back to the front. Over on this side, the very back is a 300-ton wheel press. We use it to press car wheels, drivers on and off the axle. Next to it is an 1890s vintage wheel lathe. We use those to turn the driving. We actually just turn the driving wheels on it. We'll turn all the wheels on it, axles. Both of those machines are out of the original Tweetsie shop in Johnson City. Our next medium lathe, we use it to make axles, piston rods, turn journal boxes, and pistons. And of course our everyday lathes we use in milling machines. Every machine is being used in the restoration of this locomotive. We're going through each and every part individually and rebuilding it while we got the opportunity. You see all the springs, the wheels, and everything is out of the locomotive. We have some repairs to do to the frame while we're doing the boiler. We'll continue doing it. After this weekend, we're going to lift the engine up and get the pilot truck out of it. And put it on another set of temporary wheels. We've been working with several companies to do the boiler work. We made a trip to Pennsylvania in October to try to find drawings on them 12 boilers. But we weren't able to find them. They only make 4 of these boilers, 10, 11, 12, 14. So the only thing we have is the exterior drawings. And we were actually looking for the interior, shows all the firebox curves and all that. We weren't able to find them, so our new engineering firm has had to make new drawings. And we've been working on the drawings since January. They're just about finished. Once the drawings are finished, our contractor, our fabricator, and our installer is going to use the drawings to put the engine back together. Currently, nothing has been taken out of the firebox because we're still doing the drawings. So the firebox is completely intact the way it was last year. What we're going to do with the locomotive is, those are up front, and you can come around front later. We're going to cut out the front tube sheet and access the interior of the boiler. We're also going to change the original dry pipe. That's the steam pipe that supplies the cylinder. Since it's 108 years old, we're going to go ahead and change it while we're in there. Then the firebox is going to be cut out and all going to be brought out through the front of the boiler. And then we'll go back in reverse, putting it back together. It'll probably take several months to put it in once we get started. We have to put in over 700 stay bolts. Every stay bolt in the boiler will be coming out. Some have never been out. We'll be taking stuff off this engine that probably hasn't been off since it was back. So, still a lot more to come off, all the running board brackets and all the headers and all that come off. We've been slowly working at it, but mainly we are working on the mechanical because the boiler, we can't do it. We can assist them, but we can't actually make the repairs because of the welding involved. The boiler, the firebox is riveted the way it was built in 1917. It's impossible for us to re-rivet it, so we're going to put it in welded. It'll be all welded new metal. We're going to add a second water glass to it, bring it into code. And then we're actually going to replace this front section of the smoke box. It's paper thin under there. It probably would have had to been replaced if we ran it anymore this year or last year. Trying to think of anything else we're going to do to it. Of course, the tender is out back. We took it out back to the old shop since we don't need it for a while. We got the parts scattered all over the place. Our flat car is where most of our parts are right now, the garage. And we're going through each individual pallet of parts, like right here behind these guys right here are our next project. We have fabricated new brake beams. Right there is the old ones and the new ones. The old ones are probably from 1917, and the new ones we fabricated just this winter. We still have to do a little bit of drilling on them. And here, the next project is we're rebuilding the brake system. The brakes, we have to get that done. We'll move into the spring rigging. We are having new springs made for the engine. We found a drawing of the springs, and we're having them fabricated. So those will be in by hopefully this winter. We actually had to go to England to get stable caps made. Since we have stable caps here, but we don't have enough to do 700 stable. And more likely we'll break a few of them doing it. So we ordered 20 new stable caps, and the company that makes it is actually in London. They make the best caps. Easy available to us. So, actually, the spring company is in England too. They make them the old-fashioned way. But a few of the parts around here, out there behind the wheel now, you can see the new recontoured wheels. We just finished those last week. I would not touch them. There may be some sharp edges on the faces, and there's still a little bit of grease on everything. So we are replacing little parts and pieces everywhere. Over on the milling machine, we had to replace one of the wedges. The old one is rusty, the new one is shiny. We milled it out on that machine. We had to make 2 or 3 of them, and that's just one of them we made. Right here, we just have gone through and rebuilt 3 air compressors for the Tweetsie. We had one on 190 go down on it, and we have 12 air pump actually on 190 right now. So we are rebuilding. We rebuilt 3, and we're going to swap them back out so there's 12 off. But it's the same machine. It's just we keep certain ones on certain engines. But I think here, right here under this is a wheel drop pit. We're able to pull these boards out and drop each one of those drivers out individually. One of them drivers is weighing around 4,000 to 6,000 pounds. And we have a 100-ton jack, which will lower it out of the engine 1 inch a pound. It takes about 1 day or 2 days to drop each wheel out. So, those would be one of the last things that goes back in. Once the boiler is finished, we're figuring it's going to take around 2 to 3, maybe 4 months to get it back together. We're going to start painting like the fenders, the tabs, the domes, all the little components. So we can't do the jacket until we get it on there. So once we get the jacket on, painted, it should take more than a few months to get it back together. We are going to do a live seam test on it before we put the skin on it. And all the work we're doing, we're going to actually have to do some riveting, and mess with all the seam pilots and all that. We're going to do a full seam test on it. Don't know if it'll be publicized. Probably won't be. Could be in the middle of the winter, could be middle of summer, wherever it's done with. When it is done though, it's going to look better than it has in a long time. We're moving some stuff around. We're trying to make it more original. So some things have changed around a little bit. And there might be a few little hidden surprises in the rebuild. So,
How are you doing with the time frame?
really, it's hard to put a time frame on it. We're shooting for next year, outside, something. Don't know if it'll be spring or not, but we're shooting for it. So we really need to, we have to be mindful of 190. But she won't, when we get done with the season, she'll come in here, we'll go all over 190 to make sure that she can do it again if it happens. That eventually 190 will have to get this kind of work. Everything in the country is going to have to do it.
How much does it cost to do a
We don't have
renovation?
Renovation like this, typically around half to $750,000. And this engine, everything that's taken out of the interior is original, except for a few components. So this thing was built to run for 30 years patrol. So the firebox lasting as long as it did, especially with care, not only had here Tweetsie, but on the original. That thing was 190. It's 80 some years old, and it has a lot of its original components where, like the sister daughter done. It's just the care that we put into the water we have here is perfect water for water. So, y'all got any questions? Yes.
Then, sir, I am amazed at how long those original fireboxes lasted on locomotives at that age. I mean, when it had its first major rebuild in 1979, I bought it. The firebox was in good place. Apparently, it was in good.
Yeah, actually back in the 70s, they did replace a portion of the lower part of the firebox.
Oh, yeah.
And just to tell you the difference in the grade of steel, the same grade of steel was put in the boiler in 1979 as was put in 1917. 1979 steel wore out faster than the 1917 steel. So, the quality of steel, even though it's the same on paper, the quality of steel, pre-World War II steel versus post-war is totally different. So, unfortunately, we won't be able to get pre-war steel. But when we're done with it, this thing should run with the operations we have here. It should run about probably another 100 years before we have to really get into the boiler. But once it's done, some of the steel will probably never be apart. I hope not. That was the last time I think it's apart. So, that's actually the second time I had this. I was a newbie here when we had it apart the last time.
How many years ago was that?
1998. It was the first engine we rebuilt this shop. We rolled it in here, and actually in the 97. Yeah, the rest of that. We've been in here since summer of 97. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, y'all got any questions? Because it's easier to ask questions sometimes than tell stories.
Wedding Jackie Bull Guy,
If you guys finish qualifying at the end of Christmas, will you ever run her?
And we'll put her in service as soon as we like. Yeah.
What's the requirements to work back together?
We typically look for, in the past, people have worked their way in here. Most of us that worked in here started in the shop, or not the shop, but in the ride and the park, and we kind of watch, and if people do a good job, we kind of go out and check them. I used to run rides. I ran rides for 2 years. I started firing the train in 97. David is running the train now. He started out running rides, and now he's running the train. So it's a lot of progression. So there's several of us, like there's a guy named Travis on the ground crew. He's been here a long time. He started 2 weeks after I did. So they do sometimes in the administrative area, but not even. Skills, we look for skills in here like welding, fabricating. It's getting harder and harder to find people that can run manual lathes. We look for that. Plumbing. Hydraulics, electrical. We're actually, with the new rides that are coming out, we're getting into modern day rides that have computer PLC with them. So we're having to learn to be a little control electricians too. So, y'all got any more? Next question? Yeah.
How much work has to be done to the running gear?
Actually, the running gear itself is actually the driving wheels, drive boxes, and rods. They're done. The rods are good and tight. The drive boxes are good. Actually, Probably after this weekend, we're gonna put the drive boxes back on the drivers and put the drivers on the flat car, get them out of the shop. So they'll go away till we need them. So the only thing major we're replacing is the spring motor. Now there's a lot of wear in it. So yeah.
Is there anything that has to be done to the tender or just the locomotive itself?
The tender's just gonna be inspected inside. We'll probably go inside, clean up the interior. We might jack it up and check the deck underneath, but 12's tender is the newest of the tenders, so it's still in pretty good shape. And we did a lot of frame work and wheel work on it the year before we pulled it out of service. So yeah.
What happened to 190's original tender?
Huh?
Do you know what happened to 190's original tender?
It could be still in Alaska. After the war, those tenders the 190s were built with were much bigger than what we have here. They took the bigger tenders and put them with the bigger engines. So 190 ended up with smaller tenders. So that's how we got that. That tender was up in Alaska with 190 when we got it. So. And just so anybody curious, that tender came from Oregon originally. It's Sumter Valley tender. So it's older than this tender. So it's 1960. So. Probably number 12 is built 1970. And just curious about the old coach car out there. I'm friends with people at the EBT and have been going through the archives. They discovered that it was built before 1882. They don't know when, but they're suspecting in the late 70s. They're looking to find the date for it. So it's one of the oldest narrow gauge coaches in the country. Awesome. So, next question? Any more questions?
I do.
We will, yes, for two reasons. One, put it back original, and two, we can't get the front end off. We have to use a forklift. We have to stick a forklift in there and pick it up. So we decided we're going to set it back where it used to be, just for that specific reason. So, but yes, it's going to go back, yeah. Yeah. No. There's actually more active steam there. Yeah. Than they are here. Some of the tractors are really good. We're kind of, there's a bunch of us to do this stuff. So we're kind of just see who gives who. You go off recommendation. So, yeah.
Now, the original, the older passenger cars that used to be in the current ones that are, were they originally open harbor cars we used to call top railroad?
Most of our cars are steel flat cars.
Okay.
You can look up, well, I don't recommend looking at them. Yeah, look at them, they're big, they got heavy beams under them, and that's the side. The only car, the second car in the train is the newest one. It was built from scratch, so it's totally different.
Oh, yeah.
But all the cars are piece brought up like that. Yeah.
What happened to the original two cars from the Shenandoah Assembly?
Okay, the mail car, Combine 15, is at Spencer Shop in their store. The original Tweetsie excursion car, it deteriorated to the point it was unsafe. And sometime in the late 70s, early 80s, it burned. Oh. Yeah, it was an all wood car. And actually, the guy told me he collapsed on himself overnight. They come in and burned it. And actually, the trucks and the couplers in Coach 5 are out of it. Yeah.
Since you said it once you put back together the exact same, or the belt a little different?
Oh, no. Everything's going to be back. Just going to have a few little lifts.
Are you going to put the original pilot back on it?
Probably not. We might do it for occasion, but that's the one we like to run here. We're going to do a little bit of modifications to it to make it where the couplers on the other cars don't tear it up. We're going to drop the bottom down a little bit, do a few things. We just haven't took it off yet. We will here in the next few weeks.
It's probably close. It's probably, at least design-wise, the closest to how she was first built.
Draw a picture.
Yeah. Only difference is made of steel.
Y'all got any more questions?
Yeah, I got one. On the main drive,
Yeah. On the outer rim, or they got that one solid wheel, or you like a heat treat? Like a heat trunk. Yeah. If you'll see, one of them over there actually has the word "I'm hot" on it. Yeah. We had to heat one of them up. It wasn't quite heated up just right. So we heated one up in here in the shop one day and knocked it back on. Took like 10 minutes, but that's why I read I'm hot on it. So you might want to use it. Lay their hands off it, never forget it. No, they're all of them are steel rings. Those will probably last another 30 years, maybe. We just turned them for the first time. They were very hard. They use heat treatment. So the first half inch or so of the steel was super hard. I broke the tool bit after tool bit. It was a rusty life.
Y'all planning to change anything about the paint scheme?
No, paint scheme be fun.
So what was the color of the original?
When it comes from the factory, it was always green. It was always green.
I'm trying to plot early Tweetsie, number 1 and 2.
Oh, well, those,
There's no telling.
you'd have to go, there's the online database that tells old ball and paint schemes for like pre-1900. You'd have to go in there and look and figure out what paint scheme number they use. Yeah.
Will you ever go back to the 2023 car order?
Well, the car order is actually going to be more fluid now. Now we have 6 cars, we're able to pull a car off every few months, refurbish it. So we're making it a whole process, like you're talking about 2023. Well, once this weekend's over with, the yellow car is sitting in the shed, it's going to come back and it'll be finished. And it's going to go back on as a handicap car while we bring the new handicap cars in here and refurbish it. So the train's going to be fluid, it's always going to be changing. But the last car will always be rich, I'll guarantee that. Next.
Do y'all have any plans to get Combine 15 back?
No, that's small mistake. So. Green. Woodland green. No, I've been to Strasburg and East Crosshouse. You got a big boy that needs restoring. Can you do that? I don't want to. I don't like the Saturday. These irrigators are not right. I think this afternoon, one of the guys from the historic site is going to give a history of number 12. Recommend that you look to it. He'll tell a little bit more about the history of it. All you need to be done is read.
Yeah, they're done now. They're ready to clear down locomotive stream 1909.
Yes. Like the railroads and railroads and like mother said, excuse me. Even though pressure on what the snow is super, if you didn't plus with the way it's coming up, people don't think they're in the wind. So people
Hey, it's still there. It's still there. The bird. I'm the bird. It's the bird.
Yeah, it's a golden little pool.
It's the 25-karat gold bird.
Excuse. Sorry.
This is the shop. All up during the off season is very busy. And it's gotten even more busy because of Tweetsie Christmas being here. Now, if you look at some of these, those are, that is, that's where the crown locomotive parts that. Hey, look over here. Right up there.
running seemingly the train has come to a safe and complete stop. And the train cars have finished rolling backward.
We did ride the train one time during Railroad Heritage Weekend on day one, and we're just waiting now for the train to pull into town.
At this time, it is safe to exit out the rear of your train cars. Thank y'all for riding with us and enjoy the rest of your day here on Tweetsie Railroad. All aboard the Tweetsie Railroad. Casey Jones, let's ride. The train is clear. Casey? Train's clear, Casey.
Here we go, folks. Be sure to stay in your seats. How about giving the people in town a wave and a big yee-haw? On the right is the Tweetsie Junction with a handmade sign shop, and you can see some entertaining shows at the Palace Saloon. Over to your left is the Hacienda, where we'll be having lots of great special events throughout the season, along with some other surprises. Cemetery Blue Hill. So many folks met their ends through violence and gunplay in the streets, they died with their boots on. means our cowboys have a little bit of business to take care of here. Keep your eyes peeled. You never know what might happen when a train stops in the middle of a wilderness.
Everybody just sit tight now. No need for alarm. We're going to stop over here, pick us up a payroll shipment. Then we're going to put her back on the train and right on up to Port Louis. Everybody just sit back, relax, enjoy the lovely scenery out here. We'll be on our way shortly, fellas. Grab that gold box for me. Thank you. I appreciate you. Now, wait a minute. Hold on a second. I'm missing the dip. You Sticks! Where you at there, bud?
Good afternoon, folks. My name is Deputy Sticks. Now, I'm here to protect all the tall folks, all the small folks, and of course, all the pretty ladies out there. Sheriff! No, Sheriff, I think we're in the town. No, where are they? No, where? No, come out here. No.
Come on out here. What? We ain't under attack. I'm just trying to get you this. Come on. Don't do that. You scared me. I know. Look at here. Look.
I'm looking.
See all them? Look at all them people.
That is a lot of people.
All the way up through there. See 'em?
Yeah.
You know what that means?
What's that?
It's your bitch is proving something for all of them. Every one of them. Sheriff, you don't gotta worry.
See, I aim to be the roughest.
Yeah.
The toughest. And of course, the most handsome deputy this side of this here dry river here.
Well, you still got your work cut out for you there, bud. Why don't you go on over here and give me a hand, okay?
You heard him, folks. Come on, give the sheriff a hand. All right. Well, that's very enthusiastic of you. I hear like 5 people. All right. Ready? Now, give me an X. Hey, come on. Give me an H. There it is. Give me an E. E-R. Give me an F. What's that spell?
Not a dead Jim thing is what it spells. Stick! Now enough of this phone roll. Look, we got a job work to do over here. You're my main man. I count on you. I rely on you. Look at me. I'm a hot mess. Help me out here. Look.
You feel this?
Yeah.
Chopped liver. For lack of a better word, stress.
I'm a little stressed, yeah. Very observant of you.
Well, you know what I like to do when I'm stressed?
I shudder to think.
Well, you better not, because I like to sing.
Oh, no.
And it just so happens, me and the fellas over here have come up with a song. Have we, fellas? Sure. What do you mean, sure? I don't remember. You guys are not helping.
All right, now we ain't got time for rehearsal. Let's go.
Tweetsie people, sing this song.
Do-da, do-da.
Tweetsie Railroad 3 mile long.
Oh, do-da-dee.
Gotta run all day.
All day.
Gotta run all day.
All day.
Spend my money on a bus till night. Somebody bet on the bay.
All righty then. That's just about enough of that. Sticks you under arrest.
Wait, under arrest?
That's right.
For what? What's the charge?
Coming out here impersonating an entertainer in front of all these people. That's what. Yeah?
Wait a minute. Wait. You can't have that.
I can.
No.
I just do. He'd love to hear you sing. Well, we'll see about that. All right, folks. Like I said, we're going to stop off here for a little bit, pick us up a payroll shipment. Now, when we pick up a payroll shipment, I'm talking about cash. I'm talking about cold hard currency. Now, look, when we deal with cash and cold hard currency out here, you know what happens. We got to deal with bandits. That's right. I'm talking about gunfights. I'm talking about fist fights. I'm talking about all sorts of dirty, evil cowboy action. Now, do you want to hear you see that? You're an exuberant bunch. I like it. What do you want to hear this goober say?
Yes!
You
I like this guy.
Every one of you. Every one of
He's
you
the only one
disappointed
on my
me.
side.
No, you won him over that time. I
did. I'll take that.
Unfortunately, I'm the sheriff. What I say goes. You fellas get in there and get that box of gold right now. Sticks, you stay out here. Keep your eyes peeled for anything suspicious, okay?
Everything's suspicious.
Everything is suspicious out here.
Alrighty, lawn dogs! This here is a daring daylight train robbery!
Yes, sir.
I think you're being right.
Thank you, Captain Obvious.
Captain Obvious?
You're being robbed, Captain Obvious.
Captain Obvious?
Yeah, Sheriff.
Yeah.
I want to know where that gold is. Well, now, listen here. I hate to rain on your parade there, but we ain't ever gonna tell you where that gold is. Ain't that right, Stick?
Yeah. See, you can. Ooh, I don't like that stick eye.
Continue.
You can hit me, you can kick me, you can beat me down, but I tell you where the gold is. Okay, so you see right up there. That's it.
You might fold under pressure.
So you're gonna go in there.
Okay.
You're gonna go 3 doors down.
Down,
2 doors on the left.
Good help, hard to find these days.
Password, and here's my number.
Well, thank you, Deputy.
It's 2 S's, right? 2 S's.
Much too kind, Deputy. Now, Sheriff, I'm coming over here. I'm going to take your 6-shooter. All right, be careful. And then I'm going to go in and take that gold. And nobody has to get hurt. Nobody but you. Boom! Boom! Come on, let's wait! What? Still got these guns in my hands. I can't do a fist fight with guns in my hands. Give us just a minute. Or my gun belt just weighs me down.
Yeah, that's. I don't blame you.
Y'all threats? I'm ready.
You monsters! What? Sitting there fist fighting and punching and hitting each other, and for what? That's terrible.
I feel a little
You should
ashamed.
both be ashamed.
I am a little not.
We have guns. Let's just shoot each other.
It is America. Let's go! Mine's got the big, I'm the big hero. Yeah, mine's got the Hello Kitty sticker on it. I like Hello Kitty. All right!
Stop! Quit! What? Get out of the middle.
Get out of there, Goober! Whoa! Over right there. On my count, you ain't got 1 bullet left. Yeah! Hey, about my count, so do you. Well, now, you know there's only one way to settle this, don't you? How's that? Go to the west! Go to the west! Yes, go to the west. All right. Y'all ready? 1, 2, 3. Oh.
And here it is, folks, the ring. Rock, paper, scissors champion, Sheriff.
No, I can't get up that high. I can't get up that high. Oh, get that gold on the train right now. Next. Boom, center. What?
Fellas back there, watching you guys just sitting there.
I know what you're doing.
I came up with a song. You want to hear it?
I do not, but I'll tell you what. If that's not a music lover, I don't know one. No. Sing on that.
I actually hate you.
No, please, guys. Please,
We're doing it.
Everybody got to go.
That's rude.
Oh, and then how y'all think he got that way? His mother!
You did it! You keep my mama saying that out of your mouth! Gee, what a shame!
A Saint Bernard, maybe.
All right, everyone, please return to your seats. Casey Jones, let's take this train on up to Fort Boone.
Like I said, we have to be prepared for anything. Take your seat and we'll get on up to Fort Boone and see what the trouble is all short stop there. Should be safe, but stay in your seats, folks. Our cowboys will check things out.
Jason, stay out here with me, bud. All right. You get so excited about it, right?
Well, Sheriff, I don't think you have anything to worry about now. Well, no, you do not. See, I have many skills at my beck and call, and not one of them is the martial variety. No, I'm not talking about a law martial. No, I'm talking about such things as kung fu, karate, and other things like that. My signature move is the Chester Chop. So,
very intimidating.
Yeah, if we run into any bandits, well, let's just say they're gonna have a bad time.
Well, I don't know where you
Who's that guy?
I try not to, I guess he's got a point.
Yeah, he does have
that. I do.
Hey, now wait a second. We ain't talking about bandits. We're out here looking for troopers. What are you talking about?
Yeah, Sheriff, I'm talking about bandits. surrender.
Now, if that ain't an exclamation point, I don't know what is. Now, you stand right there like I told you. Hey, quit causing trouble, you hear me?
It's not an exclamation, Sheriff. That's a cannon.
Thank you, bud. Thank you.
What did
Hey!
miss everything?
How did I lose? Yeah, you did miss everything. What you got there?
A stick. If I get another one, it matches.
Well, it does. All right, well, listen, we got to get out of here, so won't you get down?
Get down.
Get down!
If you say so.
I do, get down!
You heard him.
Okay, if you're gonna do it, let's see some movie shaking. Come on now, boss, knows what it's all about. Get 'em! All right, cut that out. Stop that. That's silly. Look at that.
Just get in the lawnmower.
Buddy, I meant get down off the porch so we can get out of here.
I see.
All right. Everybody, get on the dead Jim train. Wait a minute, you called somebody, didn't you? I did. How about forgot?
No.
You did something productive in this show.
Yeah.
I gave myself.
Aren't you proud of me, Dad?
Gave yourself.
Grandpa.
That's
You get on the train too. Everybody, get on the train before something else dumb happens. What?
Can I get a raise? I said yes.
All right, everyone, please return to your seats and have a great big round of applause for the Tweetsie Cowboys and Trooper Boys. Casey Jones, let's get these folks on back to town.
Phew, that was a close one. Well, let's head on back to town and I'll tell you a little bit more about the train.
Tweetsie's history dates back nearly 150 years to the beginnings of the East Tennessee and Western North Carolina Railroad, which once ran a narrow gauge line stretching almost 70 miles through the rugged Blue Ridge Mountains. Trains ran daily from Johnson City, Tennessee to Boone, North Carolina. The railway served the mountain region for decades, but by 1950 the line had shut down. It was the end of an era. All the eastern Tennessee and western North Carolina narrow gauge locomotives wound up in the scrapyard, except for engine number 12, which is nicknamed Tweetsie by mountain folk. But as one era ended, another began. Movie star Gene Autry agreed to purchase locomotive number 12 and some unused train cars. However, the cost to get it to Hollywood was too high, so Autry sold the engine to Grover C. Owens Jr. of Blowing Rock. Tweetsie was coming home. On July 4th, 1957, Tweetsie Railroad opened to the public with a single depot building and a 1-mile excursion route. In the years that followed, the track was expanded into a 3-mile loop. An authentic western town was added. In 1959, singing cowboy Fred Kirby of Charlotte television station WBTV came to be the marshal of Tweetsie Railroad, beginning a career that lasted nearly 30 years. The number 190 Yukon Queen locomotive was purchased in 1960 and brought from Alaska to complement engine number 12. At about the same time, a chairlift was installed, taking park visitors up to a new section of Tweetsie Railroad that became known as Miners Mountain, featuring more rides, live shows, a gem mine, and the popular Deer Park Zoo. The country fair was later added and became the park's main section of amusement rides. And in the 1970s, Tweetsie opened its own steam locomotive repair shop, one of only a few of its kind in the country. Customers from other parks around the nation bring their steam locomotives to Tweetsie Railroad for repair and restoration. Tweetsie Railroad's number 12 locomotive is now part of the National Register of Historic Places, and the Tweetsie Railroad theme park continues to hold a special place in the hearts of generations of visitors who have ridden her legendary rails, carried away to fun, adventure, and a lifetime of memories.
liked what you saw, we'll be pulling back into town in just a few minutes, and you can treat yourself to some good food and cold drinks. Maybe take in a show at the Palace Saloon, or visit one of our many stores and get a souvenir to take home. There's a lot to see and do at Tweetsie. Ride the rides at the country fair, or head up to Miners Mountain and pan for gold or other precious gems. Visit the Deer Park Zoo. There's more rides and shows up there for little ones of all ages. Then, if you want, come on back and ride the train again. Things are always changing out here in the Old West, and you never know what might happen next. Thanks for riding with us. Y'all come back and ride with us again real soon. Bye-bye now.
Welcome back to town, folks. Once again, please remain seated until the train has come to a safe and complete stop. And the train cars have finished rolling backward. Thank y'all for riding with us, and enjoy the rest of your day here at Tweetsie Railroad.
After exiting the train, we headed over to the Tweetsie History exhibit and saw all the Tweetsie artifacts. Some of the artifacts include number 12's original number plate, her whistle, and one of her sister locomotive whistles, number 9's. Now let's take a look on what they have in the exhibit room.
Enjoy all the Railfanning adventures you can when you're young. Another search for a train and here's about 3,000. I remember, I think it was 10 years ago, I was in. Where? Oh yeah. I was on 22, it was about 22. They did the first run, 611 from Spencer to I'll get out and chase that. I'll chase the whole thing. And I just think about that day, and I'm like, I'm 32 now, I wouldn't even touch that. No. Oh, that's awesome. Oh, so you put this by. I see exactly what it did. That is beautiful. That's brilliant, actually.
Number 12's whistle,
Yeah.
and number 9's whistle.
Yeah. I do. I do. I actually, true story, they did a 611 event this year, like 75th birthday or something. They couldn't have it. Yeah. But they were like, we need stuff to do. We need something. They reached out to the group that does motor cars at Spencer, I'm part of, and they're like, you guys send us all those guys. Oh, they're like, built in Johnson City, and we've got it, and now we're trying to get it running again, and we're very close. We just have to get it out of that stupid shed. I've got, let's see, mine is, where's mine? Ran it in Spencer. I got to do 30 miles an hour one time, so much fun.
It's Spencer.
There's not much track there. Spencer, You know, in our museum in Newton, we get like 200 feet. So that's for friends, and that one's mine. So mine's a little worse to get caught in a hailstorm.
Oh, yeah.
Happened a couple times. Lightning everywhere. I'm like, okay, I'll take the roof now. But it's just so much fun. Stay away from it. It's so expensive. I thought model trains were expensive. What have I done? I hear you. Okay. It's been a blast. So we've got some different stuff in here today. I didn't know this was a thing. That the railroad had them even painted, and much less that they had one painted for Boone, and that one existed, and that still exists.
You mean the park?
Yeah.
Well, they have those on like the dock, right? Where the train would pull up to, and then they would just wheel stuff out.
That's what it was. Apparently, this one was from the railroad in Boone. It's painted on there, so
You know, you see those for sale all the time. I haven't even thought about a railroad connection. Because typically they're from like the old mills that we have down around Greensboro, Burlington, old fabric mills and stuff. There's tons of them down there.
that's what they would take them off the train. Yeah, they'd take them off the train cars and shove them in those things.
That's cool.
So I didn't know that thing existed. And the conductor. Let's see, I brought up 9 with so we got the lanterns, I got 12 this morning, and I got down to the museum to get it, and I couldn't find the key to the display case. So I was a little late. Down in Newton, it's going to take me about an hour and 15 minutes at night, or an hour and 5 minutes if I'm driving.
We'll come up and see you sometime.
Yeah. Find. If you guys are on social media, we've got. Okay.
Are you on Insta?
Yeah, we're on Insta, and I run the Insta, so what we'll do sometime is we'll try to coincide whenever you guys come down. I'll try to schedule that for you guys. Oh, it's Southeastern _NGSM. So we run our diesel, try to run it every couple of weeks. So sometimes you guys get down there with NGSM. Fire it up and give you guys a cap. That's it. All right, there you go. Yeah, so, but if you guys go down there, we're on Facebook too or everything, so if you guys come down there sometime, give me a heads up, and I'll make sure. Take you to the steam train, nobody else is. Oh, that'd be great, thank you. Get in the cab, the diesel, and fire it up. It's the right thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, she wrote to the 6133.
Yeah, oh, that's great.
I haven't done that in so long. She wrote those. It's actually sitting coming up when I did that massive search.
She gets to be the one with the intellectual running.
I don't think they let her run it. A buddy of mine was in town, it's like my brother. He wrote it. Because he doesn't come in town for fishing.
Oh, that's awesome. That's great.
Once they do some more stuff like that here, they don't want you to take pictures of it.
Oh, take pictures of everything?
No, I mean of the inside of the cab ride.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, they don't do cab rides here. I haven't gotten one in, oh, yeah.
Well, I had like a thing I said,
If you've liked what you've seen so far, please give the video a like, leave a comment down below, subscribe to the channel, and ring the notification bell to be notified about future uploads. Also, join our Discord. Link is down in the description down below, and channel memberships are now active. You can join by the join button or the link in the description down below. Some of the perks of becoming a member are early access to new videos, member shoutouts, priority reply to comments, and photo and status updates. And we hope to see you along with the Rusty Rails crew really soon.
Clear to back up.
It is now time for the Tweetsie Railroad Photo Special, which happens on the first day of Railroad Heritage Weekend. This year's photo special consists of locomotive number 190, car 1, car 2, car 3, car 4, and coach number 5, recreating a 1980s train. Our first run-by shots will be from Dead Horse Trestle. Now that the runbys at the Dead Horse Trestle are completed, let's head on up to the Frontier Outpost. We have arrived at the Frontier Outpost. We set up by the bank in the set of the Frontier Outpost for the runbys. Now that the Frontier Outpost runbys are completed, let's head on back to town. Well, we're not stopping. Looks like we're going to have another trip around the mountain.
Lucy and Photo Special Train, and have a safe trip home.
The next day, which was August 24th, 2025, was day 2 of Railroad Heritage Weekend. We got to the park as locomotive number 190 prepared for the day.
When you pulled up there, were they detached? There we go.
If you've liked what you've seen so far, please give the video a like, leave a comment down below, subscribe to the channel, and ring the notification bell to be notified about future uploads. Also, join our Discord. Link is down in the description down below, and channel memberships are now active. You can join by the join button or the link in the description down below. Some of the perks of becoming a member are early access to new videos, member shoutouts, priority reply to comments, and photo and status updates. And we hope to see you along with the Rusty Rails crew really soon.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Tweetsie Railroad. We want to thank y'all for joining us today for Railroad Heritage Weekend. We wait for the cowboys and cowgirls to drop the chains before boarding the train car of your choice. Our first train departs at 10:30.
Because people were reaching overtime steps to train
like up on the top where the animals, the fittings, the sign saying, please do not pick up the baby goats. I asked them once to, I probably had to put that.
Horse Trestle, which stands for by Pink Line or the beautiful thing about the Horse Trestle. Feel free to look over the side of your microphone. Hold on tight, and there's a long way down. On the road.
It is now time for the Tweetsie Railroad Locomotive Number 12 History Presentation, presented by Johnny Graybell.
The shop tour is promptly at 2:30, and my presentations yesterday tended to go right up close to an hour, so I don't want you to have to decide what you're going to do. So I'm going to try to get started a little early so that we can give you time to get down to the shop. Gentleman asked me yesterday when I started doing this. Well, I can't tell you my life story in 5 minutes, but it goes back to my childhood. I was a big fan of Tweetsie coming here once a year. I'm from the area. And then a little book came out in 1975 called Tweetsie Country. And the local library got it. I checked it out, and I kept it as long as I could keep it. And I turned it in, turned right around and checked it back out. To the point my mother said, "Why don't you let somebody else read that book?" And it's like, nobody else wants to read this book. So I turned it in for a week, check it out again. Give them a chance. And I memorized that book. Went to college here at Happy Appy, looking for parts of where the train used to run. And sadly, even as far back as the early 1980s, there was nothing here in Boone to find. There was very little to find. It had all been eaten up by Highway 105 and other things. But then I found out through a friend that there were ET&WNC records at East Tennessee State University. They brought in a dumpster and dumped dozens of boxes of company records in the dumpster and told the men they'd get fired if they got any of it. Well, one guy came back in the middle of the night with a truck and hauled almost all of it to his farm and hid it in his barn for several years, and then donated it to East Tennessee State. So I have been through most of those records, and it is hundreds of boxes worth of stuff. And I've been other places around the country. I have written 7 books on the ET&WNC. The 8th one will soon come out on the Shenandoah Central, which if you were here last year, I gave a presentation last year on that subject. The book is done, it just needs to be laid out and sent to the publisher, which may take another year. You never know. So I've been volunteering here at Tweetsie. I started about 1988-89. They had a little museum back here in this room where stuff is displayed this weekend. And I stayed out here and just would spend hours talking to people. They had a little model train that put in a quarter and it ran for 5 minutes. I had to keep it running, which is not easy in a non-climate controlled building. It could be 85 in there, or it could be 35 in there in the fall. So I had to keep this little HO train running. But that raised money for photographs to go on the wall. So we kept adding to the museum through what money that little train raised. And so I have been Tweetsie's unpaid historian for a long time. They get what they pay for. But I offered to do a presentation here. There's been a lot of attention on number 12, being that we found a problem with the firebox last year. And you will see in the shop tour just how apart that locomotive is. And in all my years here, I have seen her apart, but I have never seen her that far apart. I keep thinking of the phrase, disassemble. So I wanted, and I offered to do sort of the life story of the engine. Now, you can't tell the life story of an engine in an hour, but I'm going to try. So I'm going to be hitting highlights and some funny stories and some oh wow stories. but just trying to give you a feel of what all this engine's been through, because it's been quite a bit. But I have to introduce the ET&WNC to you first. It ran from Johnson City, Tennessee to Boone, North Carolina when it was finished. Started in 1866. They finally finished it as a narrow gauge railroad with the rails 36 inches apart to Cranberry, North Carolina in 1882. And on this map, Cranberry, if you see that line straight, almost straight down, that's the Tennessee, North Carolina line, and Cranberry is just past that straight line. So it's just barely into North Carolina from Tennessee. There was a big iron ore mine at Cranberry, the best iron ore in the United States in the 1830s and 40s. So they built this railroad to tap that mine to make it profitable. And it ran along for 20 years, barely making ends meet. The railroad was well run, but the mine wasn't. They made some decisions that did not help the railroad. And a flood that, by the numbers, compares to Helene, happened in May 22nd, 1901. And it washed out this railroad in 62 places. But they immediately started working to fix it. They hadn't been making money, but just in the last year or so, they had started, things had changed to where they were making money. One of those changes was the Limble River Railway, which was built to service a sawmill in Pinola. Pinola's just above the word North Carolina there. That was 12 more miles of railroad that opened up the timber resources of the area. That was an independent company until 1913 when the mine owners bought it. And it was two separate companies, but the two railroads operated as sister companies. Only the accountants could truly tell you what was one and what was the other than government records. Well, in 1915, a guy wanted to build another sawmill, convinced them to build from Montezuma, which Montezuma and Linville is right there, to Shoals Mills, which is most of the way to Boone, to service his sawmill. That was finished in late 1916. And unfortunately, I know some of you don't like names and dates, but you got to understand the story. You got to keep a couple of dates in your head. Well, Boone got a real bad case of railroad fever. Having a train 8 miles away where you can hear that whistle blow, but it doesn't come to you, they went a little crazy. They convinced the company to build on to Boone, and that opened in 1919. Well, like I said, they weren't doing very well in the 19th century, but in the 20th century they were doing pretty good. And in 1911, they go to Baldwin Locomotive Works and said, design us a locomotive. Now you actually go to the biggest locomotive maker in the world and say, we have this condition, this condition, this condition, design me a steam engine. And they would. That was a normal thing for them. They would design one, for one, not 100, they'd do it for one. So this is the proposal for what became number 9. Number 9 was the first engine built specifically for the ET, taking their grades, their curves, their conditions in mind. They built the engine in April of 1911. This is her builder's photo. The company was so proud of it, they paid for a photo to be taken. Excuse me. Well, she served for several years. She could run faster and pull more than any of their other regular engines. Well, 4 years later, they go back to the parent company, or go back to Baldwin, and said, you know, you built us the perfect engine, but can you build it bigger? So they took the drawing to the copier and hit 110% and came up with number 10. That's not exactly how it happened, but thank you for the laugh. Number 10 was just a little bigger than 9. The boiler was 2 inches bigger around. The wheelbase was a foot bigger. The firebox was longer. I mean, they essentially stretched it, but it added more power to the whole machine. Well, they ordered 10 and 11 at the same time. 10 was built in January of 16, and 11 was built 1 month later. They put them in service on the railroad, and iron was doing big business in those days because that was during World War I. It was before we joined the war, but you know, iron and steel are necessary for countries. So a year later, in December of 16, they go back to Baldwin and say, we want another one. Now we'd like you to make it a little heavier, but we pretty much want another copy. And this is the actual order in Baldwin's order book that was preserved at the Pennsylvania State Archive of number 11 or number 12. And it's got a bunch of information on it that is not relevant to this presentation. It'll put you to sleep, actually. But the important thing is they said here they wanted it built between January 3rd and February 3rd. There on the right. They didn't quite make that date. The date of trial, which is the official testing of a locomotive before they ship it, is February 9th. So that is the date that Tweetsie Railroad on their Facebook page and everything else declares the number 12's birthday. Well, they tested her on the 9th. They actually shipped her out on the 19th of February to Tennessee. She gets to Tennessee. They put her in the shop and get her ready. They take until April to get her ready to go. I interviewed one of the old-timers on the railroad back in the 90s, and he started work for the railroad in 1916 and could talk about it like it was yesterday. And he did. He talked for hours about working for the railroad. But I got him on videotape, so it's fabulous. But one of the stories he told was, well, he was firing for so-and-so on the 5, and they told him they had to stop at Shell Creek to meet another train. And it was the first run of number 12, which was April the 4th, 1917. So I'm throwing out dates, but I'm a name dates and places kind of guy. Well, right about that time, they had always run a train out of the mountains to Johnson City and back. They'd do it in the morning to meet the Southern and the Clinchfield. That's how you make connections to get to somewhere else in the world. So you always had to be in Johnson City before 11 o'clock. Well, they decided to start another train almost exactly at the time they bought number 12. So I think number 12 was bought for this reason, to run from Johnson City into the mountains and back. So 12 was put in charge of train 2 and 3, and the numbers were determined by when they started in the morning. Train 1 left Boone at 6:30 in the morning, and train 2 left, well, we'll look at the timetable here in a minute, but would leave and go into the mountains and come back in the afternoon. This is the train that she pulled. In 1921, they bought some nicer cars. But you see, she was queen of the railroad. You know, anybody going to some of these tourist resorts, they rode behind number 12. I wish they'd taken more pictures of number 12 back then. There's not that many. Here's a nice view of it. If these guys would get out of the way. But I'm 100 years too late to tell them to get out of the way. But this is a picture taken before 1925, and I know that because of this. The railroad had a coal chute east of Elizabeth. You stopped every day and took so many buckets worth of coal. Well, we happen to have 17 years worth of coal reports out of those company records. So for so many years, I know exactly what number 12 was doing. Well, in March 1925, you will see she took coal on the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th. And then didn't take coal again until the 18th. There's a reason for that. She had gone from Johnson City to Pinola and back. They parked cars at the depot and was taking the engine to the shed to put her away for the evening. And it's so nice when those rides aren't running. And but they're going down the track, going back to the shop. And I can't remember the engineer's name off the top of my head, but Chester Ford was the fireman. And Tie-Dye Simmerly, who told the story to me, had climbed up to ride back with him. He'd been to the eye doctor. That's how good his memory was. He knew why he was not working that morning. So they're riding back to the engine house. Well, the detail I've not told yet was Chester Ford's wife, Corey, was a very beautiful woman. And they look up and they see she's walking down the sidewalk toward the track. Well, not one, not two, but 3 men all look over this way to wave at beautiful Mrs. Ford and are not looking where they're going. And they hit head-on into a string of boxcars that number 7 was taken down to the interchange. And they tore the snot out of number 12. The front end was all messed up. I thought the damage was to the smoke box, but it wasn't so much the smoke box. But when they took her apart here this spring, we found where the frame had been worked on. And it wasn't quite put back to exact tolerances. Because from here on, all the old-timers said, well, we didn't like to use 12 because she ran right. Well, this accident is what caused 12 to ride less. They put her back in service, but they fixed her within 2 weeks. It was needed. She was the queen of the railroad. They put her back in service, and she runs on that train for several more months. But then they started letting other engines run that train. Until the train was done away with, that routing was done away with. So number 12 sort of ends up out of a job, out of a regular, everyday job. She sort of ended up in the substitute pool. This picture is from June 20th, 1925, 3 months after the wreck. You can't tell there's a thing wrong with it, but she's just not quite right. Because for the next several years, there's not that many pictures of 12. Now I put this in here because that number plate, which you can actually go in there and see, there is a crack straight down the middle of it. It was broken almost completely in two. They said it was hanging together by just a little bit down at the bottom. And one of the shop men spent a lot of work working brazen brass to put it back together. And that slightly bent, slightly warped number plate stayed on the front of the engine until last 15, 20 years when they had a new reproduction plate made for her. But she carried the view of her damage for decades. The next picture I've got for her is in the early 1930s. That's how little she ran in the 20s. This is an excursion train from the early 30s, and the railroad was dealing with the Great Depression. And kids, you need to ask your grandparents about the Great Depression, and they will tell you what their parents told them about the Great Depression. The times were hard, but the people who could afford to go places, the railroad was well known for they went into the mountains, they went into the middle of nowhere, and it was beautiful. And in summertime it was cooler. I.e., this is before Mr. Carrier invented air conditioning. And so if you got the chance to go into the mountains, 10, 15 degrees cooler feels great in the summertime, especially if you're moving. So the railroad became famous for excursion trains. Well, here's 12 pulling one, and the next several pictures are of 12 on excursion trains. This is one from September 20th, 1936. I can tell you the exact date because a famous person took this picture. At least famous to rail fans. A lot of them will recognize the name Robert W. Richardson. Most people call him Bob Richardson. He was the founder of the Colorado Railroad Museum, which is one of the best railroad museums in the country. Well, he was a young man in 1936, and he was also a postal collector. So he was trying to go ride all the narrow gauges that were left that had mail cars. So he'd get a postmark for his, to go in his collection. Plus ride a narrow gauge train, because they're special. He rode the train, and the excursions are on a Sunday. And they stopped in Newland, if you're local and know where Newland is on the railroad. They stopped at Newland to wait for the regular train to come through that day. And the regular train, the dispatcher had stopped them at Minneapolis to wait for the excursion train. So you got two trains waiting in two different places, one waiting on the other and the other waiting on the other. So they waited for quite a while until they finally figured out the problem. On the back of one of these pictures, Bob wrote "some dispatching." He was not impressed. But this is Bob. Of all the thousands of pictures Bob Richardson took, this is one of the very few with him in the picture. But he's posed on number 12. He got to see number 12 again in 1942, and then again here in 1993. And he told me himself, he said, when I was there in the 30s, I would have never believed I would see this engine 60 years later and still be running. Another excursion train. They would run on the 4th of July if the 4th of July was on a Thursday. But it happened to be that the 3rd of July was on Sunday, so they ran a short excursion on Sunday, the 3rd. Went up to Blevins and back to Blevins, ran around the train and came back. And I've got an issue of a magazine that has multiple issues from this couple of day period in it, multiple pictures. And this is at the end of that day, posed in Johnson City. This is when the engines were painted green. They were beautiful. Gold leaf lettering. Beautiful. Gold lettering, green paint on the cab and the tenders. And if you're familiar with the Bachmann G-scale engines, that's what this is based on. And the son of the guy who had this done told him what color green to paint them. So that's the right color green. Then they run on Monday the 4th. And this is 12 parked in Hardy Point, with Sherman Pippin standing there. He was the senior engineer and a character. I'll tell you a story about him in a few minutes. They went up the Linville Gap, which was the highest point on the railroad, over 4,000 feet. Johnson City's about 1,700, so they climbed a long way to get there. Coolest place on the railroad for that 4th of July excursion. We'll jump a little to 38. A little later in 38, the 7 that I mentioned a few minutes ago came out of service to have her flues replaced. Normal, every 5 years thing. Government required it. But when they got the flues out and did an inspection of the boiler, they found pitting in the boiler, which was deemed unfixable, so the 7 was retired. The 7 was bigger than 12, but they tapped 12 because she didn't have a regular job to be the switcher while they decided what to do. Well, the switcher was so busy by 1938 with the rayon plants in Elizabeth that she was running from morning till evening, and 12 couldn't move as many cars. So 12 was running, I figured, 2 crews to keep everybody serviced from daylight to past dark. So they really worked that engine because they were moving standard gauge cars with a special coupling. So they weren't just moving 5 or 6 cars, they were moving 5 or 6 standard gauge cars, which are much heavier. And that lasted into early 1939. And then they parked her again, and she was a little more wore out by the time they parked her. I included this one simply because you just don't get to see many pictures of the southbound end of the northbound locomotive. I'll put it that way. The hind end. But she's pointed into the engine house the wrong way, and you get to see all the tender detail. And her sitting in the stall that the old timers always referred to as the "we don't use it much" stall in 1941. Well, I think almost everybody here knows what happened in December of 1941. And the issue in relation to us is they needed engines for the White Pass and Yukon Railroad in Alaska. So the Army came to the ET and WNC and not just said, "Can you sell us 2 engines?" They wanted to buy our best engines. So they bought the 2 that had just gone through a major overhaul, which left 9, 11, and 12. Well, the war's going on. These rayon plants in Elizabethton are making rayon that was used for clothing, but it also was developed as an alternate source for synthetic tires. The threads and the treads inside of tires. So they were working 7 days a week, 3 shifts a day, 8 hours a day. But you had gas rationing going on, so you had to have a way to get to work that didn't involve gasoline. And if you lived along the railroad, they went to the company and said, "Please run commuter trains." So they were running from 5 o'clock in the morning to 11 something at night, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, taking first shift home, bringing second shift in. Just keep going with that story. They went all through the war doing that. Everybody got 1 day off, but the departments alternated a day. So the railroad crew didn't get a day off. Tie-Dye told me that at one point he worked 9 days straight without taking his shoes off. I'm glad I wasn't around on the 10th day. But Bob Richardson got back to the mountains to see his friends, and they let him ride to Cranberry to take water with the 12. They used 9 and 11 on the commuter trains. Every picture, every video, everything available from World War II shows 12 pulling freight cars. 12 had to handle all the freight by herself. So she was running, as of 1942, it was running 6 days a week, keeping businesses who suddenly, instead of using the local truck, was saying, can I still haul by the railroad? And because of gas rationing. So 12 stayed busy during World War II. That's a nice side view of her in March of 44. That's how she looked. They're back to black. That's not green anymore, but it's still gold letter. This is my first color picture of 12 from 1948. They had moved everything to Elizabeth. They put down heavier rail between Johnson City and the rayon plants. And they didn't want to put they didn't want to spend the money for a third rail. And you can't ride lopsided. So they took up the narrow gauge inside rail to Elizabethton. So they moved all that stuff to just east of Elizabethton, still in the city limits, built a little yard, and moved. And so they operated 24 miles instead of 34 miles. So this is 12 in the yard. This is the World War II color scheme, in color. The bowler jacket is unpainted, but it reflected the blue of the sky. It's sort of like a stovepipe would reflect the blue of the sky. This picture's from October 20th of 49. It's funny how ironic things happen. Because a guy took 2 pictures of 12 that day. The next day, they took the engine out of service and parked it in a little engine shed that is out of sight behind the engine. And all the paperwork after October 49 says out of service repairs, out of service repairs. She never ran again in Tennessee. The railroad closed in October 1950. The number 11 made the last trip. And the trails were taken up from October to May, and 12 sits in the shop, sits in the shed. 11 was cut up for scrap. 9 was cut up for scrap. 12 sits in that shed. And in my second book, I've asked the question, nobody knows why number 12 wasn't cut up. Well, a guy reached out to me several years afterwards, wasn't long. Said, I can tell you why. My daddy, Dwight Tuttle, went to the company and tried to buy a locomotive and some passenger cars and some rail. He wanted to build a narrow gauge museum. He even wrote him a check for $500 as a down payment. Then went to the bank to borrow the money. Well, this is 1950. He lived in Rural Hall, just north of Winston-Salem. Goes to the banker, and as the railroad track runs through the middle of town, he's sitting there talking to the banker, and he's telling him his grand plan to make a place for people to go ride a narrow gauge train and a steam train. And a southern passenger train goes through town going to Wilkesburg. And the banker looked at him like he was from Mars and said, nobody in their right mind would pay money to ride a train that doesn't go anywhere. And besides, steam engines are a dime a dozen. Just look out the window. Well, the banker didn't know the Southern Railway would do away with all steam engines 2 years later. And that just a few years later, young kids would not know what a steam engine ever looked like. Plus, narrow gauge engines were as rare as hen's teeth, even in 1950. So, of course, he couldn't borrow any money from that banker or any other banker he talked to. So he finally has to go and ask for his money back. The railroad hadn't even cashed a check. They didn't think he could come up with the money. They had put his check in a drawer and gave it back to him. But he had a receipt that he was so proud that he had a receipt for that money because he almost bought Tweetsie. Well, the company, everything else had been cut up. They said, well, this guy wanted it, maybe somebody else will want it. So they was busy. They said, we'll scrap it later. Well, in August of 1952, two guys write a letter. The letter's dated the 8th. I figured they got it on the 11th, on Monday, saying, do you have any narrow gauge engines for sale? We are, I think the phrase is, we are incurable rail fans. And we want to build a narrow gauge museum on one of our people's farms to preserve narrow gauge. Well, they had written the Rio Grande, they had written the East Broadtop, they had written used equipment dealers, and nobody had written them back except for ET&W and Center. And they took a week and a half to write them back. They were in no hurry. And they said, well, we've got an engine. If you'd like to come see it. They were there 2 days later to come look at this engine. It was sitting in the shed cold, and they were offered a price that was more than they felt like they could spend. And yes, when the train pulls out, I will pause so everybody can go to the window and look at the train go by. And I can't out-talk the train anyway. But they decided to go to the president of the company, who was in Philadelphia. And he was far more nostalgic than the guys in Johnson City. And he went to the board, and they cut the price by 2/3. And the guys worked out a deal to buy the number 12 and 2 cars. They loaded number 12 on December 15, 1952. She left through Johnson City the next day, went to Bristol, typed into Virginia, and she has never been back to Tennessee. She left Tennessee forever, December 16, 1952. Because she went to Penn-Laird, Virginia. Now, I'm not going to blame you if you don't know where Penn-Laird is. Nobody knows where Penn-Laird is. It's a little wide spot in the road about 9 miles outside of Harrisonburg, Virginia. And I will pause until the train goes by, because it talks louder than I do. Just make sure to wave at everybody as they go by. So you don't get weird looking at the window. Today. I was right on yesterday. I've been doing that for 30-some years. Don't you do it 112 times, you can get it right. But he's going slow today. Y'all slowed him down. Okay, it took them a few days to get stuff up to Penn-Laird, Virginia, and they loaded it onto a truck trailer to haul it a mile down to this farm. And they didn't even have a track blade to put it on yet. They borrowed some rails to put the train on till they could build their track. But they did this the day after Christmas, 1952. So here are, you think about being 3 rail fans who didn't buy a model train for Christmas, they bought a real train for Christmas. And they were as happy as if it was Christmas morning. It took through into the spring, they laid a mile of track down to a picnic ground, and they had this big ceremony on May 29th. And I told you I was going to tell you a Sherman Pippin story. He went to this opening ceremony. Nobody official from the company. They were all invited to come to this celebration, and none of them thought it was worth making a trip for. But Sherman went. And he's standing there in the crowd watching this ceremony, and they just said, it's a shame nobody's here from the ET and WNC. Is there anybody here from the ET and WNC? Oh, Sherman's hand went up. And they said, come on in here, come on in here. Well, they put him in front of this big radio microphone because it was being broadcast over the radio. And he said, oh, I don't talk on the radio. And he said, oh, go ahead, it'll be all right. Well, he starts and he won't shut up. He goes on and on for several minutes about how safe ET and WNC was. Nobody had ever died on the railroad. He'd been an engineer for 35 or 40 years and was telling all these stories. And finally, one of them walked up. And I know all this because he wrote it all in a letter. And it got published in the newspaper. But finally, one of them walked up to him and said, sir, your time is up. But he was so happy that he got to give his little speech. And they let him ride the train down to the picnic ground. So he wasn't one of the invited guests, but he ended up being an invited guest. But the Shenandoah Central opened to the public the next day. A ride was 50 cents. And you can go down to a picnic ground, which it's 50 cents because the government had a 10-cent tax on amusement rides during the Korean War. And I love this picture because it lets you see things you normally don't see. You get to see under the tender. You get to see through the tender trucks. You even get to see the wires going to the headlights in the back. It's all in nice relief. And I just love to have been one of the kids in Daddy's arms looking at steam engine because they'd probably never seen one. But they operated for the first year, hauled over 9,000 people. They only worked on Saturdays and Sundays. And they ended up just running on Sunday afternoons. But they didn't quite make a profit. They lost just a little bit of money that year, thought the next year would be better. They thought so strongly that they had everything painted fresh. And I've got the contract for the paint work. Everybody always said that the Shenandoah Central was black. The engine was black. Well, according to the contract to have it painted, they said it's going to be painted a special dark green. And you look at that and say, that's not green. But the Pennsylvania Railroad had a paint formula for their locomotives that was 7 parts black, 1 part green. And the Pennsylvania Railroad proclaimed it special dark green. So they had their engine painted special dark green. So for anybody that says that number 12 is not the right color, she was painted green in 1954 and has been green ever since. Unfortunately, Hurricane Hazel washed that railroad out. And I talked about it a lot last year. I'm not going to talk about it long today because we've got better things to talk about. Gene Autry tried to buy it all. And he even made a deposit on it. But then found out how much it was going to cost to ship to California, and he kept trying to back out of the deal. And finally, they let him out of the deal, and Grover Robbins of the Robbins family bought it to come back to North Carolina. Well, this is May 20th, 1956. The governor of North Carolina issued a proclamation making May 20th, 1956, proclaiming it Tweetsie Homecoming Day. And they had a big celebration in Hickory for it. And for those of you who know about Fred Kirby and Tweetsie, Fred Kirby was at this ceremony. So he must have known Grover to where he was involved in Tweetsie before Tweetsie even got to be here. But you can see the size of the crowd, and I don't know if that's the full size. But the governor made a speech and everything. I mean, it was a big deal. well, 1 year later, they bring everything up the mountain to bring it to here. Well, I'm old enough to remember Florida Rock Mountain being like this, a 2-lane road, because I drove it every day for 19 years going to work. Then they widened it and lowered the speed limit. But I can tell you, I know exactly where this picture was taken because I went by that spot every day. Moss Trucking moved the train up here. Moss was a fairly new company at that time. Brad McLeod was a young man then. They made so much hay off of moving this engine that Moss had the phrase, Moss moves anything. And they had a billboard in Charlotte, which is where their main office is. They had a billboard in Charlotte for decades that showed a truck and number 12 on a trailer that says Moss moves. Tweetsie used Moss. You should too. So the engine is brought up to here. The new Tweetsie Railroad opened in July 1957. And, the rest of the story is here. This is a brand new trestle. That green, if it looks familiar, Frank Coffey knew people down at the Southern Railway shops in Spencer. And anytime he needed something for Tweetsie, he'd go to Spencer to get it. But to make the deal, he would take a bottle of apple brandy with him, bought from a local moonshine. And the superintendent of the shop, he'd see him come in and said, "Coffee, what do you want today?" He said, "Well, we'll talk about it in a minute. Let's go to your office for a few minutes first." Well, they'd go through half or more of that bottle of apple brandy, and then finally the guy would say, "Whatever you want, go get it." I'm not making this up. Frank Coffey told me that himself. He was proud of being able to go get a bucket of paint when he needed it and get it for nothing other than the cost of, bottle of brandy. So that's a good representation of Southern green right there because it came from the Spencer shop. And you can tell by the light, that's a little different view, a little different version of the color. This is in 58. Notice the headlight and the stack and everything. It's how she's looked from the day she left the factory until 1962. The only bad idea Grover Robbins ever had, he had a Wild West part. He wanted the engines to look like the Wild West too. Well, it wasn't quite so bad on 12. That's a fake wood burning stack because it still burned coal. And that headlight's supposed to be an oil burning headlight, but it's a regular headlight inside of what the crews called a bird cage. But this is sort of the worst she ever looked in her history. But she fit right in the Wild West. The only thing that looked worse was 190. A more modern engine looking like the Wild West. Now Grover's not around to fuss at about that, and I don't even kid Chris Robbins about it. But I'm glad that before long, that's a close-up view of it. But they got back to normal by the 70s. Unfortunately, the Railfanning community had turned their nose up at Tweetsie so much that they quit coming, which is sort of a shame because this is a real railroad operating real steam engines on real 4% grades. I mean, it's a real railroad. They may have other things to do, but it's a real railroad here. But this is how the train looked in the 70s. In 78, they took her in the shop and did a good overhaul on her and replaced part of the firebox. Frank is so proud of the job afterwards, he posed for the picture. this is the color scheme I remember as a teenager and stuff coming here. I point out the firebox repair because that's what caused the trouble last year. And she looked that way until 1992. I was volunteering here in the museum at the time. They gave her a brand new paint job. They've got a really good paint shop out there. I mean, race car look paint shop. So they painted 12, and they somebody had, wasn't me, convinced them for her 75th birthday to letter her ET and WNC. Everybody loved it except Frank Coffey. It was his railroad, not ET. But everybody just loved it, and it stayed this way for 2 years. But well, to me anyway, that is a beautiful picture of that locomotive. Well, in 1998, they were going to do another major overhaul on her. And I took these pictures from most of these pictures from here on are mine. If you've seen her in the shop already, she's far more apart than she is here. But the part that sticks up is, of course, the steam dome. Well, that's how you get in a boiler. There's a 16-inch diameter hole in the top of a boiler. Yeah. And that's a picture from the inside of the boiler. I took it. I have been inside the boiler number 12. You look at me and you say, there ain't no way. I was thinner in 1992 than I am now. But the problem is not your stomach, it's your shoulders. And that's looking at the firebox. That's the part that's going to be replaced, is the interior firebox sheets. All those holes are where the flues come through. 12 has 188 flues. That takes smoke from the firebox to the smoke box and out the stack. All those bolts around it will be cut out, and they will take that firebox out and have a new one made. But the best part of the story is not getting in, it's getting out. They had in there a three-step step ladder that was planted inside a circular object, not a flat surface. The guys working on it were taller than me. They were able to get in and out without any problem. I'm trying to climb out, and I've sort of got my shoulders out, I've got my arms out, but I'm standing on my toes, trying to get out. And I look, and Ricky Guy is standing there watching me, not saying a word. I squirm, and I work, and I twist, and I finally, after about 10 minutes, got out. Climbed down the side onto the running board, got down, and the second my feet hit the pavement, he burst out laughing. And he laughed and he laughed, and he said, I began to think you wasn't going to get out of there, and I was going to have to help you. Well, I loved Ricky Guy to death, but he would have never let me forget it. If he'd had to help me, he would have reminded me of that every time he saw me for the rest of our lives. But I got out. Camera in hand, I got out. These are Heritage Weekend pictures. This is from the first Heritage Weekend 20 years ago. This is actually the 20th anniversary. They got a guy that had a local Model A and got him to bring it over, and we got fantastic pictures of 12 parked with a period engine. This is from 2006. which is still a recognition of the EP and WNC, but it's different than the one from the year before. 2013, with them running the special train out here. From 2017, Tweetsie was able, the museum I'm connected with in Newton, North Carolina, you should visit the Southeastern Narrow Gauge and Short Line Museum. Plug, plug, plug. We bought some cars out of Colorado, and Tweetsie needed one, so we sold one to Tweetsie. So in 2019, Tweetsie had its first ever, in the history of the park, mixed train, which was a flat car with a load on it and the coach. And it made trains.com's news line that weekend. It was news. This is from 23. And this is from a year ago. I was writing my Shenandoah Central book, and we pointed out that it was the 70th anniversary of their second season. That Tweetsie, and I sold them on the idea of lettering the engine Shenandoah Central for that 70th anniversary. And we were going to do all sorts of stuff. We had the children of the owners coming for a ceremony, and we were going to have a real big evening that evening. And that's when we found the problem with 12 fire bombs. And so they were we took lemons and made lemonade and put up the ramp to where people could get up in the cab and let people get up close and personal with the engine, but she wasn't running. But yeah, it's 10 minutes until the shop tour. This is the last picture. Hope you all enjoyed it, and enjoy the rest of your day with this too.
started with a Wild West train ride, being as you're already here. You're sitting behind a real cold burning steam locomotive, so you might just get a painful cinder in your eye. The good folks at the first aid station will be happy to help get it out for you. Pulling our train today is locomotive number 190, the Yukon Queen, built in 1943 by the Baldwin Locomotive Works of Philadelphia for the U.S. Army. She served in Alaska during World War II and was brought to Tweetsie Railroad in 1960 to serve alongside locomotive number 12, the original Tweetsie engine. From 1918 to 1940, number 12 ran on the East Tennessee and Western North Carolina Railroad, or ET and WNC, between Johnson City, Tennessee and Boone. Folks back then used to say proudly that ET and WNC also stood for every time and with no complaint. During the troubles of the Great Depression, local folks joked that it could also stand for eat taters and wear no clothes. The train earned the nickname Tweetsie because of the sound of its whistle echoing through these mountains. Before we get started, I just want to remind you to stay in your seats while the train is moving, and be sure to keep your arms and head inside the train cars at all times. You never know when a desperado or tree limb might just sneak up on you. We want you all to be safe and have fun riding the Tweetsie Railroad. Also know that smoking is not allowed on the train, except of course for the engine. Our train will be leaving the station in just a few minutes, so be sure to stay in your seats. Riding the train with you today are the Tweetsie Cowboys and Cowgirls. They're going to introduce themselves to you and tell you anything else you might need to know. We're so glad you're here today, and we hope you enjoy your ride on the Tweetsie Railroad.
This is the last train of the day.
Let's buckle up and get on out of here. Woo-hoo! We don't have bubbles.
All aboard the Tweetsie Railroad. Casey Jones, let's ride. The train is cleared, Casey.
Folks, be sure to stay in your seats. How about giving the people in town a wave and a big yee-haw? On the right is the Tweetsie Junction with a handmade sign shop, and you can see some entertaining shows at the Palace Saloon. Over to your left is the Hacienda, where we'll be having lots of great special events throughout the season, along with some other surprises.
Sweet baby's on that train. My sweet baby's on that train. I will see her again. That last train gone down.
just gonna stop off here, pick us up a payroll shipment, then we're gonna put that payroll shipment right back on the train and right on up to Fort Booze. Everybody just sit back, relax, enjoy the lovely scenery out here. We'll be on our way here shortly. Whiplash, you got the box over there. Thank you very much. Now wait a second. Hold on. I'm missing the deputy. Sticks! You Sticks, where are you?
Good evening, folks. My name is Deputy Sticks, and I'm here to protect all the tall folks.
Now Sticks!
All the small folks. And of course, all the pretty ladies on this here. Sure.
What?
Under attack.
No. We ain't under attack. Come here. What do you mean? Get out from behind me. What? No, we ain't under attack. I'm just trying to get your attention now.
That's how you wanted to get my attention?
I asked you 3 times, you didn't hear me.
You scared
You're talking
me.
to the pretty ladies, remember? Yeah, fair enough. All right, now look here. Look at all them people. See them? Look all the way up through there. Nothing but people. You know what that means, don't you? Yeah.
5 o'clock.
You know what that means, right?
What's that?
This is your big chance to prove yourself in front of all of them.
Oh, Sheriff, you don't gotta worry about that. You see, I aim to be the roughest.
Yeah.
The toughest.
Yeah.
And of course, the most handsome it'd be over here, like in this general vicinity.
You still got your work cut out for you. Won't you come on over here and give me a hand now?
Oh, you heard it, folks. Give the sheriff a hand. Come on. All right.
Now, you know better.
Okay. Now, give me an S. Give me an H. Give me an E. Give me an R.
Don't y'all join in. Y'all know better too. Hey, cut that out.
What are you yelling about?
Will you cut that out? Now look here. I got a job of work over here we need help doing. Now you out here acting all foolish and stuff. Now look, you're my main man here. Look, I'm a hot mess. I got big responsibilities out here. I'm in charge of everything. Help me out, man.
Listen, you seem stressed out.
That's very observant of you.
Well, you know what I like to do when I'm stressed?
I shudder to think.
Well, okay. Kind of mean, but whatever. I like to sing. It just so happens.
He say sing? No.
Yes, I said sing.
No.
Yes.
No, please don't.
Yes, please do.
Whatever you do.
I will do.
Don't do it.
Me and Whiplash and come up with a song. I'm going to do it.
I'm pleading.
I'm going to do it.
All right, fine. Go ahead.
Oh.
Sorry about this, folks.
Oh, yeah. Tweetsie people sing this song. Tweetsie Railroad 3 mile song.
That's worse than I thought.
All night. Gonna run all day. Bet my money on a pump till bag. Somebody got me.
All right. That's just about enough of that. Now look here.
All right.
Both of y'all are under arrest.
Under arrest?
Under arrest.
What's the charge?
The charge is coming out here and acting like an entertainer in front of all these people. That's what it is.
I'm offended personally.
Well,
Hey, no, you can't do that.
Why not?
I love to hear us sing.
oh, they love you.
They
even
were
sing,
playing
too.
along.
There we
I'm
go.
disappointed in the lots of you. All right, we'll check on that now. Let's see. Now look here, folks. Like I said, we got to stop off here and pick us up a payroll shipment. Now, when I'm talking about payroll shipment, I'm talking about cash. I'm talking about cold, hard currency. And when we deal with cold, hard currency out here, you know what happens. We got bandits showing up left and right. That's right. I'm talking about gunfights. I'm talking about fistfights. I'm talking about all sorts of dirty, evil cowboy action. Now, would you like to see that? Let me hear you. No. Or do you want to hear this goober sing some more?
I win, Sheriff.
It's always the last train that disappoints me the most. I tell you what. Well, too bad I'm the sheriff. What I say goes. Whiplash, get that box in there. Get that gold right now. Sticks, you quit fooling around. Keep your eyes open for anything suspicious. Watch them now.
I'm not worried about a thing. These people are awesome. I've got to say a word in the world.
All right, this is a daring daylight train robbery.
Yes, sir.
I think we're being robbed.
Well, I think you Captain Obvious.
Captain Obvious?
Darn whom you're being robbed.
Yeah.
I'm here for that gold shipment, and you're going to tell me right where it is.
Well, now look here. I hate to rain on your parade here, but I ain't ever going to tell you where that gold is. Ain't that right, Stick? Yeah, you. Button her up. We ain't talking about nothing. Don't tell him. Don't you do it. No. I mean your lip.
Where is that gold shipment?
Oh, funny story. You see that outpost break right there?
I see it.
Yeah, you're gonna go
Like a
in
runny
there.
faucet.
It's gonna be your first door on the right.
First door on the right.
Yes, and the password's password. It's
Two S's, yeah.
Password is password, two S's.
Two S's, and here's my gun.
Thank you.
No problem.
Thank you, Deputy. You've been quite helpful. So.
I'm glad y'all are all buddy-buddy over there.
That's my friend now.
Lord have mercy. All right.
Sheriff,
Yeah.
I'll be taking your revolver
All right,
as
be careful.
well.
I'm ticklish.
And nobody, I said nobody has to get hurt.
Yeah, nobody but you. Oh! Hey, come on now. Let's go. Wait a minute. What? Where you going?
I can't fight you with all these revolvers in my hands.
Fine, send him over there. I got to stretch
He's
in.
acting like Clint Eastwood.
I ain't 25 years old no more.
Oh, except we're 38 instead of 44 max.
You ready?
Be torn apart.
What is wrong with you two? What? No! No! Let's be civilized!
Civilized?
You're acting like animals. Undignified. Terrible of you.
Well, when you put it that way.
I'm disappointed in both of you. We've got guns. Let's shoot each other.
Oh,
That's a great idea. But you gotta get blocking me.
wait. All right, wait a minute. All right, hold on. Wait.
Oh, Willie.
Mine's the big heroic one. Yeah, that's it. All right.
No, that ain't right. Stop!
What is it?
I'm in the middle. Let me
Yeah, they're good.
out of the way.
Hey, wait.
Hey! What? Hold on a second.
What's happening?
On my count, you ain't got one ball left.
Well, by my count, you ain't got but only one bullet left as well, also.
Whoa. Well, you know what that means, don't you? That means we gotta settle this. Go to the west!
Go to the west.
That's right.
Go to the west.
Go to the west. I'm glad you're all familiar. Yeah, go to the west.
Go to the west.
All right, on the count of three. You ready?
I sure am.
1,
3, 2, 1.
Every time we come out,
Oh, wait,
you're just stuck on that rock. So you gotta mix it up a little bit. Here, stand right here. Don't you move. Don't you move. Whiplash, grab that goal for me now. Yeah, I got it. What are you doing, buddy?
Well, you shot at me, so I went back there. And I hit back there until you guys were done. But while I was back there, I came up with a song.
Oh, here? No, I do not. But if I've ever seen a music lover in all my life, he's standing right over there. Go get him. Put him on that train.
No, please don't sing at me. Please don't sing at
Are
me.
you ready?
No, please.
That's the last one.
I'm sorry, I'll never do a crime again.
It's too bad. We still got half a show to do. Oh, goodness. You, G-L-Y. You ain't got no alibi. You ugly. What? You ugly. What? MMA. How y'all think he got that way? His mama. His mama.
Hey! You leave my mama out of this. The saint was a saint.
A saint? Yeah. A Saint Bernard.
All right. Get on the train, Givers. We gotta get out of here. Let's go.
All right, everyone, please return to your seats. Casey Jones, let's take the train on up to Fort Boone.
I've learned from the railroad. I'll never commit a crime again. I'm thinking of yes, joining a soup kitchen and volunteering my time. Maybe go to Sunday school like my mama wanted.
Like I said, we have to be prepared for anything. Take your seat and we'll get on up to Fort Boone and see what the trouble is all about. Stay in your seats, folks. Our cowboys will check things out.
See if you can find some troopers so we can drop this payroll shipment off. Can you do that? All right. Fair enough.
I'll go with you. Keep you company.
Nah. You stay out here. Go on in there. No singing. Find me some answers. Troopers. Go. Go. Oh, I broke his heart. We'll get him next time.
You gotta
get out from behind me. I don't trust you.
Why won't you trust me? I'm assure you and your passengers ain't got nothing to worry about.
What are you talking about? What about all that mess we just went through? There was gunfights, robberies.
I'm a new man.
In the 3 weeks since we come down here?
I turned over a new leaf. Volunteer at a soup kitchen now.
Oh, really?
Besides,
humanitarian, huh?
I'm a master of the martial arts.
Oh.
Trained myself for just such an occasion.
All right.
The way I see it, with my martial arts and fighting skills, along with your united way, we could take on any bandits that might appear.
Fair enough. Well, what do you think?
He has got a point there.
He does have a point. If we run into any bandits, we can use their... Wait a minute. What are we talking about bandits for? We're supposed to be out here looking for troopers. Ain't no bandits out here.
I'm talking about bandits. I've heard so much about your fighting skills. Let's put that to
What was that? Huh? Did I miss it? That was a giant explosion. Climax of the show, actually. You missed it. Really? No, you missed it. Better luck next time. We'll get them next time. Yeah. We're going to do this next week. Yeah. All right, go on and get down. Thank you, by the way. Get down. Yeah, get down. We got to get out of here. Get down. Mr. Canucky, you heard him. That's enough of that. Stop that. Silly. I Dominic, get down off the board, buddy, so we can go back into town.
Oh.
Thank you. Come on down.
You could have just said
Thank you
so.
again for your help. I appreciate you.
I'm always here to help, Sheriff.
You get on that train right now. Quit that. Not smooth up. You get on the train. You get on the train. Everybody get on that Jim train before something else done.
Right now, let's go. Get on that.
Hey, Jim, get it.
Now you're the one to touch it.
Sheriff, you got egg on your...
Oh, get out of here.
Hey, bud.
All right, everyone, please return to your seats and how about a great big round of applause for the Tweetsie Cowboys and Cowgirls. Casey Jones, it's about time for supper this evening. Let's get this train on. Back to town.
I'm a chain,
Phew, that was a close one. Well, let's head on back to town. I'll tell you a little bit more about the train.
Tweetsie's history dates back nearly 150 years to the beginnings of the East Tennessee and Western North Carolina Railroad, which once ran a narrow gauge line stretching almost 70 miles through the rugged Blue Ridge Mountains. Trains ran daily from Johnson City, Tennessee to Boone, North Carolina. The railway served the mountain region for decades, but by 1950 the line finished. It was the end of an era. All the Eastern Tennessee and Western North Carolina narrow gauge locomotives wound up in scratch, except for engine number 12, which is nicknamed Tweetsie by Mountain Folk. But as one era ended, another began. Movie star Gene Autry agreed to purchase locomotives and some unused train cars. However, the cost to get it to Hollywood was too high, so Autry sold the engine to Grover C. Robbins Jr. of Beauregard. Tweetsie was coming home. On July 4th, 1957, Tweetsie Railroad opened to the public with a single depot building and a 1-mile excursion line. In the years that followed, the track was expanded into a 3-mile loop, an authentic Western town event. In 1959, singing cowboy Fred Kirby of Charlotte television station WBTV came to be the marshal of Tweetsie Railroad, beginning a career that lasted nearly 30 years. The number 190 Yukon Queen locomotive was purchased in 1960 and brought from Alaska to complement engine number 12. At about the same time, a chairlift was installed, taking park visitors up to a new section of Tweetsie Railroad that became known as Miners Mountain, featuring more rides, live shows, a gem mine, and the popular Deer Park Zoo. The country fair was later added and became the park's main section of amusement rides. And in the 1970s, Tweetsie opened its own steam locomotive repair shop, one of only a few of its kind in the country. Customers from other parks around the nation bring their steam locomotives to Tweetsie Railroad for repair and restoration. Tweetsie
finish rolling backwards. At this time, it is safe to exit out the rear of your train cars. Thanks for spending the day with us here at Tweetsie Railroad, and happy trails to you and yours. Until we meet again.
If you've liked what you've seen so far, please give the video a like, leave a comment down below, subscribe to the channel, and ring the notification bell to be notified about future uploads. Also, join our Discord. Link is down in the description down below, and channel memberships are now active. You can join by the join button or the link in the description down below. Some of the perks of becoming a member are early access to new videos, member shoutouts, priority reply to comments, and photo and status updates. And we hope to see you along with the Rusty Rails crew really soon.
Rusty rails, chugging along, Railfanning adventures, hear our song, living on the tracks where we belong. Rusty rails, our hearts are strong. All aboard, join the ride, Rusty Rails production, side by side, candles roll and capturing the sights, Railfanning adventures, day and night. Trains whistling under the sun, Rusty rails, oh what fun, exploring the world one by one, Railfanning day and night.
Thanks for watching. I hope you liked what you saw. If you did, please give the video a like, leave a comment down below, subscribe to the channel, and ring the notification bell to be notified about future uploads. Also, join our Discord. Link is down in the description down below, and channel memberships are now active. You can join by the join button or the link in the description down below. And we hope to see you along the rusty rails really soon.